We're new, but it's still. We got yours.
Ian, let me know. We're good? I'm no relevant.
Right now is
He's in. There's 3 people in the meeting. Anything?
So just someone named Henry.
Yeah. There is.
She is
I think you're good.
Yeah, right.
Well, do you want to change your order? I don't know if you want to do that one early or if you want to do first.
Oh, we could do that.
Or is Julie, if you want to get out of here.
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
There we go.
I could push that probably over here.
We can certainly have yours, and then I assume you've heard a lot of what Dylan has to say.
Yes, we do often. We're, but if you want to start with something else, and then I can check in with him, say by.
The riddle question.
The only thing is not that I think there's going to be a lot of people listening to that. It's just, it's taking it out of order.
Yep.
Probably better to stay out of order.
Okay.
For the public's sake.
Sure. Yeah, Julie, if you're okay, just we notice, we'll roll it.
Of course.
Julie.
Respectful of that, and Senator Rollins.
And the question, it saves him a challenge. Is he with you at whatever your 5 o'clock is?
Yeah.
5:15, yes, we're going from here. But hopefully he makes it, and they can at least say hello.
Okay. We got a plan. So with that, let's call to order the work session of the Frisco Town Council for July 23rd. First item on the work session is going to be legislative update from Speaker McCluskey. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much for having me. An opportunity to check in, certainly, and most importantly, an opportunity for me to listen and learn and hear from you all about how things have been going here in Frisco. I would love to provide a quick overview of some of the legislative highlights, our accomplishments this year as they relate both to House District 13, my district, and the great state of Colorado. And then, of course, listen to what else, what other input we should be considering right now.
I just wanted to make sure I'm getting better at this, Speaker McCluskey, but introductions of everyone first, if you don't know everyone quite yet.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Andy, you mind?
Good to see you, Amy.
Good to see you.
Council.
Martin Allen, Council, and Julie, thank you for being here, and also thank you for being at our 50th Search and Rescue anniversary party. And some of you might not know, Julie used to be on Search and Rescue at one time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Andrew Aronson, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great.
Great to see you. Thank you for doing this.
Tom Fisher, Town Manager.
Rick, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Diane McBride, Staff Assistant Town Manager.
Great to see you guys.
Dan Key, Council Member.
Wonderful. And I know we're missing a few council members as well.
We're missing Elizabeth Scripture Adrian, who couldn't make it tonight, and Lisa Helenko, who is ill this evening. So
I'm so sorry. Well, my best to both of them. Well, let me continue just with an overview of some of our more significant accomplishments this year. I want to start by saying that we have described this legislative session as a once in a generation epic breakthrough legislative session. We had 705 bills introduced, 525 passed through the House and the Senate, and 519 signed into law. And while those numbers are actually somewhat consistent with the volume of bills we've done the last few years, some of them, individually accomplished work that had been going on for more than a decade. And so very exciting that we were able to reach agreement, compromise, and move policy forward in the right way for our great state. I want to highlight some of those, particularly in areas that I think are very relevant to our local residents here in Frisco. Probably most notably was our efforts around property tax. We did pass a property tax bill in a bipartisan way. 92 out of 100 legislators voted in support of the measure. Many of you may remember Proposition HH. It was an effort by the legislature to refer a ballot measure last November for our voters. That failed. We came back into session in November and ran a property tax reduction for property tax year 2023. The bill that we just passed, Senate Bill 233, is an ongoing long-term approach to property taxation reductions, given the recent assessment valuation increases that we've seen. Summit County sits in a region where we saw an average of 43% increases. I know many residents in this community and in the heart of Summit County actually saw increases much higher than that. And while the state does not benefit from property taxes, that is not our tax base, it's the county tax base and school tax base and special district tax base, we do have the authority to set an assessment rate, which is what we did. So for those of you that have taken a deeper dive, the tax rate, the residential tax rate will decrease to 6.7, 6.4 in 25. And then 6.95 as an ongoing rate, but that includes a value exemption for property owners up to 10% of their property with a ceiling of a $700,000 property value or $70,000 as an exemption. So for lower wealth property owners, that is a real advantage because they will see a bigger decrease in their property taxes. And we know for our local workforce, that is really important. For the middle income housing group, that is really important. So we were pleased to deliver on that promise. We also put together an incredible package around ozone mitigation and air quality. We worked closely with oil and gas to take down ballot measures that were coming from environmental organizations and ballot measures coming from the oil and gas industry. Everyone took down their ballot measures and instead we agreed on 2 bills that will improve air quality, particularly down in the Front Range, focusing on ozone mitigation and introduce a production fee on oil and gas. Where that is probably most important for us up here is that production fee will go to transit and communities like Summit County can benefit from that. So our Summit Transit, Summit Stage will be a recipient of some of those funds. And additionally, we put aside money for the impacts that we're seeing on public lands in oil and gas areas. So conservation of public lands. I am also very excited about a tax credit package we put together to provide $650 million in relief to families with a tax credit that will reduce childhood. Oh, well, there.
Construction, not building. Thank you for allocating the money.
Yeah.
Oh, excited to see this. Sorry, where was I? Oil and gas, the $650 million for the child tax credit, which will, all intents and purposes, reduce childhood poverty by 40% in Colorado this year. We also are giving an increased tax credit to low-income working families through the EITC. And those investments, while we can't guarantee their future, we know during this really difficult time when the cost of living is so high, when the affordability crisis, whether it's housing, healthcare, or childcare, is so extraordinary, this is a moment where we can provide some relief in a very real and tangible way. I will stop with one last update, and that is public education. My passion policy and what I have worked probably most hardest at over my 6 years in office. We paid off the budget stabilization factor, another $140 million investment in our schools. We will no longer be taking money away from our schools every year as part of our budgeting process. That was significant. The budget stabilization factor came into play in 2010 during the recession. It has taken us this long to be able to pay that off and get back to ground neutral. But in addition to that, we passed a school finance formula to ensure that rural schools, including Summit County schools, will get the fair share of school funding from the state that they deserve. And we anticipate after the full implementation of the new finance formula, we will see a 12% increase here in Summit School District. That based both on their rural characteristics and the fact that they have so many at-risk and EL learners here in Summit. So really proud of all of that work. Again, an epic session for us. I will let the good senator talk about some of his big accomplishments, particularly on the transportation and waterfront, where he has been such a leader for us on the Western Slope.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Speaker. Thank you all for the invitation, and excited to spend some time with you and have a good conversation. But I'm sure the speaker, not knowing exactly what he talked about right at the beginning, but touched on some of the big themes and compromises that were made during this legislative session, which are very important. I think most relevant for you, you hear from your constituents as well, the same that we do, is affordability continues to be the top challenge facing everybody in Summit County and across the mountains. Affordable housing, I don't know if did you talk about Senate Bill 2? The first bill that I introduced, and the speaker was the House sponsor, is something that could be relevant to you all as town council members. Allows local governments, counties, and municipalities to create rebate incentive programs, property tax incentive programs to incentivize behavior that you want to see in your community. This most likely in our mountain communities looks like have somebody leasing to a long-term local tenant rather than doing a short-term rental. Commissioner Pogue actually brought this idea to us last year, and we worked on that, and that's now law. So that's something that this council could look at. You could also do it to incentivize somebody to lease to a childcare provider, mental health, anything that this body determines to be an area of local need. And then on the housing front, neither of us were the prime sponsors of this bill, but this was one we were very interested in. Is Senate Bill 174. It's going to require every municipality and county to do a housing needs assessment or update your existing housing needs assessment and submit it to DOLA so that we can do more regional and statewide planning as far as our housing needs and really get a handle on how communities here in Summit County, for example, can work together, but also the I-70 corridor from Idaho Springs to Eagle County and everywhere in between can work together on housing solutions. So I'm sure Tom's very well aware of that. CML worked on that bill pretty extensively, and that is now law as well. So some more positive progress on the housing front, and that the town of Frisco has been pursuing different grant opportunities and other housing projects, which is commendable. We appreciate you drawing down as many state dollars as possible. We want to see those come back home to our districts. Speaking of I-70, and where I was just sitting for a while, it wasn't because of a commercial vehicle accident, but also I'm excited about some of the work we did on that front. Senate Bill 100 is a measure that's intended to try to prevent some of these crashes and accidents that we see on I-70, the totally avoidable ones by commercial vehicles, either because in the winter they're not carrying chains. This bill will now require them to carry chains over on I-70 and other mountain passes, but also means that commercial vehicles cannot enter the left lane in crucial areas of I-70. Floyd Hill, Georgetown Hill, to and from the tunnel, Vale Pass Junction, and Glenwood Canyon. So I know when we have crashes along I-70 here, it can impact Frisco and Summit County, and hopefully that will cut down on some of those avoidable crashes that we've seen. So those are just a few bills that I worked on that I think would be impactful to a municipality like Frisco. But as the speaker probably mentioned, we considered over 700 bills this legislative session, and about 500 have been passed. And so there is certainly a lot to talk about. But really pleased with some of the important progress we made on affordability issues, but also some of the big challenges that have been facing the legislature for a while. First and foremost, education funding, which is going to be really beneficial for many, many years to come because of the work that was done on that front. So that being said, we are also now getting ready for next legislative session, which probably starts sooner than we even realize in just a few months. And so always happy to talk about ideas and challenges that you're facing and things that we can start working on now for next year. So I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions?
Speaker McCluskey, I believe I have it right, the Prop 23, which was passed, that was the one that was passed at the very end of last session, is that correct?
Senate Bill 233, which was Senate bill on
Yep.
property tax.
Yes.
If that's the one you're after. Yeah.
Yep, and then, so that is the one that plays in with the two potential ballot initiatives we have coming up.
Yes.
That we're going.
Yep.
Yep.
Initiative 50 puts a 4% cap on the statewide revenue growth without being specific about where that revenue growth comes from or what is capped specifically. And then Initiative 108 requires the state to provide a $3 billion backfill or a property tax reduction down to 5.7%. Our analysts believe that should 108 pass, the state would literally stop funding higher education. We would have to go back to the budget stabilization factor for K-12 and make cuts to Medicaid and probably other safety net services in DHS. We agree we need to take steps to reduce property taxes. We absolutely hear that. That's why we work so hard with Republican colleagues on 233. These measures we feel are just a bridge too far. And really, even the statewide cap, we are now hearing that the bond market is freezing and failing to issue bonds because of the concerns about how governments, local governments would be able to pay back at that kind of cap, not knowing specifically where those impacts would be. So, yeah, I don't know if you have additional questions, but
Yeah, I guess because I'm being optimistic, were these two initiatives in the works prior to the passing of that 233?
yes, and thank you.
That's kind of how it looks.
Mayor, yeah. Both of these measures, there were multiple measures proposed at the title board. These are two that made it through that process. And to be honest, I think even the proponents of 108 have said it was their intention not to cut the budget by $3 billion. They were hoping to do a $200 million cut. But that's not the way our legal guidance has interpreted the ballot language. So I think had they been able to craft a different ballot measure, it might be a much different scenario for all of us. But yes, those were in the works before 233. We are in dialogue with the proponents right now about taking both of those initiatives down. We'd love to just not even see them on the ballot. Yeah.
And just 50s so far qualified, is that correct?
Correct. I understand that they were delivering signatures on 108 today. They have spent over $1 million with professional folks to get those petitions filled out. But we're continuing to have dialogue around taking them down. So I hope we will get there.
Yep. Thank you.
Great question.
You had mentioned along with that 43% increase in property taxes, and you said we don't benefit from that. But then you had also just mentioned that if that hadn't happened, there would be cuts. So where's that money go, who makes the money off of the 43% increase on property taxes?
Yeah, and Andy, it's a great question. And let me be clear, that 43% is for the mountain region. We probably saw the highest average assessment valuation growth. The San Luis Valley, as a comparative, saw the lowest at just over 10%, right? So when we do provide a statewide solution on property tax, I think it's important just to be cognizant of that difference. The 233, I should have mentioned, really came from the recommendations of our Property Tax Commission, a group that we constituted after the special session last November. It was primarily local government officials. We had an assessor who represented kind of that body of knowledge and expertise. We had a couple of our members on, and then other folks in the tax world to help guide some recommendations that came forward. And that's what we based our Senate bill on. I think what is challenging is that the bill that we have passed will absolutely mean that people are paying less on their taxes than they would have if the bill hadn't passed. But will they in our community still see an increase? Yes, that is probable. It all depends on the property. There's, a variety of circumstances there that come into play. But it is a decrease on their increase, if that makes sense.
Right, so, hopefully the average will not be 43% on.
That is exactly right.
Increase.
That's exactly right.
That's fair, I think everybody would be happy with that. But what doesn't get funded then, right? Because then, as you say, as we, are funding schools more so, which is great, and 12% is great, but they need more. And we, our summit students are seeing $1 to $2 per student with the arts. Right, that's just because there's not enough money.
Yeah.
Right, aside from teachers not getting paid enough at all, but so congratulations, keep going with that, but
I will offer, Andy, in Senate Bill 233, because of the reduction in property taxes this year only, the state is backfilling schools $400 million. We can't do 3 billion that's proposed. We can't manage that annually, which is what we can see if these initiatives come forward. But we did take money out of our state education fund for 1 year to provide tax relief to our citizens and still ensure that schools didn't lose a dime. But 400 million is a great deal of money for us. And
yeah, sure.
yeah, and wanting, we still aren't funding schools well enough to your point.
And one other thing in Senate Bill 233, actually moving forward, it decouples the school assessment rate from other special districts and local governments. So the schools will have a slightly higher assessment rate, and that will hopefully allow for more longer term financial planning, a little bit more funding for schools on that front too. But to your point, Mayor, if either of the ballot initiatives that are on the ballot pass, then 233 is repealed, and we're kind of in a much more challenging situation for school funding and every single local government special district that relies on property tax.
I guess,
Go ahead, Dan.
I guess some things in a different way. I see the Water Act and the air, and stuff. What the Supreme Court justices just did, and not putting in people have to go to court, do these things. Where's Colorado sued? And the Chevron case.
Oh,
I know that we, after the Supreme Court said Sunday we're protecting our waters, our air, and all that, but where are we looking? How is that? Did we find the people polluting, or is that still we're doing that? That state law, not federal people doing it, or?
Great questions, Dan. Let me speak first to the Sackett decision. The senator and I carried, you'll see it on their House Bill 1379, the first in the nation to address clean water and certainly putting first and foremost our desire to protect our vast waterways. There are a few states that treasure their water resources the way we do, or that water resources mean so much not only to our state, but to the entire western half of the United States. We felt it was critically important that we not allow more time to go by without putting a permitting process into place to protect Colorado's waterways. We had a great deal of input. As a small aside, typically when we run a bill, we'll have 20 or 25 key leaders or organizations step in to give us feedback. On this particular bill, I had a list of 1,400 individuals representing organizations and other interests because it was so significant and the first in the nation. We spent countless hours in conversation trying to craft a permitting program that would honor the need for us to still be able to develop, handle maintenance and construction, but doing it in a way that protects our waterways. And I think we struck the right balance. I'm really proud of that work, and I think the two of us, a lot of hours, a lot of sleepless nights trying to get that done, but we got there. The Chevron decision, I will offer that decision much more recent. I have not yet delved in to see what can the state do to further protect certainly that role of state agencies or federal agencies, which is where the Chevron decision comes into play. And I'd love to hear the senator's input here. I do think what we're seeing at the federal level on a variety of policy issues is requiring states to step up and take that leadership role. I think Colorado has a clear perspective about our environment, for example, and we were committed to protecting our water in the absence of something from the feds. I think that we will continue to take that type of leadership role, no matter what policy arena we might be talking about.
Yeah, I think we're given that the Chevron case or the case that deals with Chevron is so recent, we're still trying to figure that out. We're gonna be in a really uncertain legal situation for many years where various groups are gonna file lawsuits against all types of regulations that are in place, saying that they were promulgated legally or against the existing ruling, similar to the Sackett case. We might see more try to tear down federal regulations on clean air and clean water, but also Chevron applied to any type of rulemaking by the federal government. The thing is, the states can always be more strict than any federal guideline. And so as long as we have state legislatures, governors, and certainly an attorney general that's willing to defend it, states will be kind of the leaders, as the speaker said. But yeah, I think it's a little too early to tell, but it's going to be a kind of a whack-a-mole situation for quite a while, I think.
And I was coming back from Aston area, and the big oil train went by.
Yep.
It just reminds me of Palisade. How are we, that kind of thing, protecting our brakes on trains. I know we're doing something on that trains.
Yeah, that was a conversation at the state legislature this year. We passed a bill that established the Office of Rail Safety, and they're going to work on more safety measures to try to make sure that what happened in Ohio doesn't happen here. And both the speaker and I, as well as Congressman Goose and a lot of local leaders along the Colorado River, fought against the Uinta Basin project that would pipe hot crude oil along the Colorado River from Utah all the way to Denver and along the I-70 corridor as well. And that did get shut down essentially by a federal court, and then now I guess they're reopening the case. So speaking of coming up, but the last thing we needed for our water resources is a bunch of hot crude oil spilling into the Colorado River.
Okay, thanks.
Got a couple. That surprises nobody. One is, I'm curious, broader scale. I happen to have the pleasure of a conversation with Senator Hickenlooper, and he asked, what can we do? What could he do within the restrictions of being in DC? And we talked about turning down the temperature. It's just, that's what he can do, is make it look like we all get along a little better than we do. And I'm kind of curious, what's it like in Denver? How hot is it between the B's and the R's? What's the level? What is the temperature? That's
what a great question, Andy. I think over my 2 years as speaker, and I am pursuing 2 more years as speaker after this year's election, I have lifted up repeatedly a commitment to civility and respect. I worked in the Hickenlooper administration. I worked for Lieutenant Governor Joe Garcia. And in the 14 years since that time, I think we have seen a degradation of the process, much like we've seen at the federal level. I think Colorado has held on to a more civil, bipartisan approach to legislation. However, even in these last 2 years, with the shift in some of the dynamics, both with the presidency and some of the policies that have come forward, I think we have seen more vitriol show up in the House and the Senate. And this last year, not only did I call for more civility and respect, I asked everybody to get off social media. I am so done, right, with the theatrics that we see played out on a stage that is really non-existent. And I'm proud to say that I think we made good progress this year. I even want to lift up Colorado Mountain College, who chose a book for their Common Reader program called The Bill of Obligations. It's written by Dr. Richard Hawes.
They all received a copy.
Yeah, there we go. But I invited our members to read the book and understand what it means to have not only the Bill of Rights, but a Bill of Obligations side. And what does it mean to contribute as a citizen, and how can we inspire that with our constituencies? And that, you know, the conversations go on. I really appreciate that question, Andy. We certainly hope with another election cycle, it is my commitment to conduct a campaign in a really honest, respectful way. I hope that occurs for all candidates at all levels, on all sides, because it is a time when I think we see that that hate, that vitriol emerge in a lot of ways. So, no, Senator.
I would say ditto to that, and really do commend Speaker McCluskey for it. If you don't know, she's in charge of the entire House of Representatives, 64 other people, some pretty passionate people on both sides of the aisle, especially in the House, more so than the Senate. And she did a commendable job, especially this year, kind of taking some of the challenges and drama that happened last year and really focusing the members on the work rather than the politics. And it's still politics, and there's going to be, a lot of hyperbole and partisan games. But at the state level, to answer your question shortly, is no, we are much better than DC, in my opinion. We still are. I think it should always be our goal to be better than DC. Not that that's a high bar, but there were times when it kind of felt like the state capital was going in that direction. But as far as the work we do, a lot of people don't know that over 90% of the bills that we pass receive bipartisan support. It's a lot of just really getting the work of the state government done and working together, and a lot of issues aren't partisan at all. Or we work it out. The dredge and fill bill that got introduced, it was very partisan at the beginning and had a lot of opponents, and we made amendments. We worked with stakeholders, and by the time it came to the Senate, it passed unanimously. So it was a good process and showed how it could work.
Yeah, it's great. If I can take one more policy. We talk housing, and they're probably tired of hearing my common question, which is, what's the definition of success to the housing conversation? And I always frame it as, it's workforce housing. If we one end of that spectrum is, if we have enough workers in our community to allow our businesses to operate at full capacity, that can be a definition of success, and then we're done. We can also define success as every person in the community deserves at a certain percentage of their income to have their own bedroom with a washer dryer in a clean and safe and wonderful place. Somewhere in there, we've solved a problem. But without understanding what success looks like, how do we know? And is that a conversation that takes place?
Yeah, I think it's a really important conversation, and I imagine if you go to every town council in the state, you're going to get different answers as to what is success for their specific community. And I think in part that's a question that you all have to determine yourselves. There's been a discussion at the state level of, should the state define affordable housing, or should the state answer that question?
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
that's kind of where we sit here with our definition.
Yeah.
DOLA and all the state money, they're comparing us to Pueblo, to Denver, to very different perspectives. So how does that?
So I think Senate Bill 174 that I mentioned earlier, the housing needs assessment, strategic growth planning bill, I think is going to help get us a better regional and statewide picture of what success looks like. Where when you update your housing needs assessment and submit it to DOLA, you're going to be able to lay that forth and hopefully put in details as to why the town of Frisco is different than Pueblo, or a town in an area in the metro area. So but it's a challenge. I think the reason why we haven't done it at the state level is because when anybody has tried, there's been so much pushback. We shouldn't, we can't have a statewide definition because these communities are so different. My hope is that with 174, we can at least do it at a regional level, where you maybe as Summit County as a whole can come up with a definition of what success looks like that all the municipalities can agree on, or regionally as part as the mountains communities as they can come up with that definition. But it's a tough question. I don't have a direct answer for you, other than I think 174 is going to move the ball forward on that.
We are doing our own housing needs assessment and
Awesome.
roadmap to infrastructure and services as far as what we feel we need or what we will need. And, you know, I mean, I think we're trying to get to our answer of success. And obviously, Denver's answers maybe you guys live here, but the answer in Denver is definitely gonna be different, but I think it's good if you're gonna force everyone to do a housing needs assessment, because that gives them their own data to say whether or not.
And the funders are gonna have to decide our definition is looking pretty good compared to their definition, so
Probably
which
so.
project gets funded?
Yeah.
I would add that such a rich and important conversation. The senator and I just participated in the county community coffee. Were any of you there? We might have seen you. Dan.
Sorry.
It was a tough conversation. You know, I think we have spent the majority of our time in office working on affordable housing issues. And I would say maybe the legislature, it has been an incredible investment of time and over $500 million in the few years that we've been in office together. And we heard from the county how much time they've spent, how many units they've been able to stand up. And yet there were cries from the audience that it's not enough, we're not there, we don't all have a place, you know, whether it's workforce available rentals or the middle income housing question or everything in between. And certainly we have to keep after it, right? We can't give up and we need to keep that pressure on. But please know that we are certainly hearing that cry. We continue to work. I'll add this, it's on my recap sheet, but I do want to lift up probably the bill I spent the most time on this year was the bill about property insurance. Last year, we passed the FAIR Plan, which is a safety net program for private residential home insurance for those who can't get it. Can't get property insurance because of hail, wildfire, other circumstances. This year, we attempted to do something similar for HOAs, condo hotels, our big lodges. Beaver Run Resort, Chris Pappas came down, 22 no, we will not insure you. 22 different carriers. He did everything he could, right? And pieced together something so that Beaver Run is protected, but that's crazy. So we are running a study because nobody in the nation seems to know what to do at this point. California, you've got carriers pulling out. In Florida, the reinsurance market is absolutely a disaster. So I'm not sure what our next steps are there, but when it comes to home affordability, that's one more piece of the puzzle that we're all struggling with. And certainly it's a challenge here in the high country.
Can we just get rid of the insurance companies and we pay the state?
Sounds good.
State self-insurance.
Like hospitals, you know, we pay the hospital, why do we pay the insurance company to have, tell us that, no, that's not covered?
That is the FAIR Plan approach, yeah.
Just pay the hospital, when we have insurance, you know, just get rid of those people.
It's a big industry.
Yeah, they have a lot of work.
Working their way in there.
Senator Robles, I think I have one for you and yes, for both of you, but in our last 5 minutes, I wanted to bring up. I've done a little bit of work, compared to what Commissioner Pogue has done, I've just worked with her on like an afternoon. But and I have to look it up because I always get the initials wrong. The IMTPR.
Oh.
You thought housing wasn't controversial?
Getting dollars to the region is the bottom line, right? I just wanted you guys to hear that, like, we want to support whatever that effort is going to look like going forward. I understand it's a big challenge at the state level. But looking for wanting to work with the county and then our other 2 counties that potentially would be part of this group to find a voice. I guess that's really what we're looking for. And could you guys maybe address that a little bit?
Yeah, so this is, in long story short, is how do we redraw the regions so that it's more, so that Summit County and the mountain regions have a stronger voice. It's my understanding that was all moving forward, and then 2 of the commissioners who are not from the Western Slope or anywhere close to this region, I think one's in Denver, one's down in the Southeast, decided they weren't going to be in favor of redrawing the region. So I think that last I talked to Tamara, there was hope that I think they need to flip one of those people, and there's hope that one of their minds could be changed. But I don't know exactly where that stands yet. I think legally and logistically, the legislature could pass a bill that redraws the regions. I think that's kind of not something we want to do. We want the decision to be made at the transportation, at the TPR level, but you know, if we have to get to that point, I think we will get to that point. I totally agree that the current lines don't make as much sense as maybe they used to, and they need to be modernized. I will say Summit County has a new CDOT commissioner, who hopefully he can come meet with you all. Rick Ritter, I think, is Summit County's. He's been visiting all the county commissioners. I think his next level he wants to visit with municipalities. He's based in Route County, but his region covers like Clear Creek, Summit, Grand Route, Moffett. And he's excellent and very passionate about making sure that his commission district receives more support and more money. And so happy to make that connection. That would be helpful too.
I think that would be great, yeah, I mean, but that afternoon, I testified with Tamara to that commission about. I mean, it's a transportation corridor, I mean, there's dollars flying up and down this highway at all hours. We're the highest section of roadway in the country. And we're not a priority to keep these roads maintained and open is mind boggling.
Yeah.
And then bring in all the tourist industry on top of that. So you've heard it all before. I just wanted to share it with the greater group.
Yeah, thank you for lifting it up, Mayor. I would emphasize that when certainly we share 3 counties, he has another 7 counties. I have a different 3, 6 in all, and almost every town hall, transportation problems come up. The state allowed, you know, that we got so far behind in our investments. And while we passed Senate Bill 260 a few years ago, which will bring 5.4 billion to our roadways and bridges, it's years late in coming and we're behind. So you know, the redesign of the TPRs started a couple of years ago when Director Liu and Commissioner Pogue tried to get something in a bill. You may all remember that. And it was an exciting moment until that came back out and we all agreed, let's sit down and try to figure this out. So I'm hoping that we still get there. It is the hope.
Well, now on that thing, I want to just say amazing how what CDOT does. Used to try to ask it in the 80s. That was, you know, the land movement, you know, the road work and how much they're putting into, you know, Pass, the Floyd Hill and stuff. It's just amazing. You know, the work that they do and how they do it. I know we're all bitching about it, but you know, they are putting a lot of money into our roads. And like you're saying, is, you know, we're way behind, but the money that they're putting in is just amazing. You know, to see to fix the highways, to stop the crashes, to stop deer and elk being in the road, and to do the underpass underneath it. You know, it's just amazing, and it's mind-boggling the money that we are spending. Like I said, it is. I think it's amazing.
Thanks, Dan. We have 30 seconds if anyone has another topic.
I've got one more.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Short taxing of short-term rentals is commercial, still a conversation or dead?
Oh, I don't think it ever goes away. I do think that the bill sponsors from last year's effort really came to appreciate how important this issue is to us in the high country. And I think stakeholding will happen before a bill is introduced the way that happened last year.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I can be short. The mayors and the commissioners in Summit County are hearing from the Treetop organization, our child
Yes.
advocacy center.
Yep.
And I think there's a coalition of all the child advocacy centers that are around the state. They've lost a lot of federal funding in the past year, and they're coming to local governments to make up the difference. And it's a little bit of a rub because it's more associated with the judicial district than it is with a town, for instance. We're of course supportive of that organization and want it to be successful. I I know there was, I think they told us that there was an effort this last year to try and shore up them up somewhat.
Yes.
I'd like to hear more.
Yeah, we, through the budgeting process, we know that the federal cuts are extensive and the state can't make up all of that. We did invest more than we ever have before. In victim services overall, but Treetop was certainly a part of all that. There is a ballot measure that will be coming forward this fall, an excise tax on firearms. That excise tax funding would go first to domestic violence victims. And I don't know specifically if Treetop is included in that, but I would assume the pot of funding would cover a Treetop.
Yeah.
You might.
I think it is broad enough to include Treetop or other child advocacy centers. It's probably not enough to make up the difference that they're seeing, but it would be something. I know Senator Bennett's office specifically is working really hard on this on the federal level to try to restore some of those cuts. And yeah, I hear this across my district. I was just talking to an organization in Craig about the exact same thing last week. So it's top of mind for sure.
Sorry,
Important work. Yeah.
it is.
But yeah, I think so.
Thank you all. What a delight to be here. Please stay in touch. My contact info is on my recap sheet. We're so grateful to hear from the community when issues arise. It makes our work easier and better because we're responsive to whatever it is that you're hearing or needing us to do. So thank you.
Thanks for being so available.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Great. Have fun strategic planning. Is that next?
No. Fun stuff.
Next is going to be the next agenda item, gang, is the Summit County Housing.
My chair is.
Thanks.
All right. Chair, do you get taller? Or shorter? Yeah. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, just start taking a. Oh, it's all one word. You got it. Or I can stand up. Work out. You're reading glasses and I can't. I think I do.
I've got a bigger today. I'll bring it to. What? I'm at 2, but. Hi. Don't be. For sure.
When you keep it, the fried dead, you're down, they do that, and then they like keeping the, we have some materials. And then the scale is works. What about the one below it?
True. Yeah. TR. I have TP. Intermittent transportation.
We get dollars.
Right now. And I do know. And Corey.
Right.
Again, this year. So if you're having a question. See the green here. Low. Yeah. Yes.
It wasn't like I was thinking.
You can hear more.
Yeah.
My worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. Which. Makes sense. I thought about that. That makes sense. Just make it easy.
Share screen, it looks like everything. On the screen.
That makes sense.
So then on share screen and page. But it didn't show like the room. It's just shows the screen. It's just like you look at the share.
All right, so we have Corey Burr here from the Summit Combined Housing Authority. We invited in several months ago to give an overview of what they do, not only throughout Summit County, but specifically for Frisco. And there's quite a bit that they do. I've been a board member representing Frisco for the Summit Combined Housing Authority since I started under 2 years ago. This organization has come leaps and bounds forward from where they were 2 years ago. And it's actually a pleasure to listen to them and what they're working on and where they're going with the board's direction. So that's the reason we brought them in. Corey has a lot to talk about in that regard. There's also a conversation going on in the community, and Corey is well aware of it. Katie's well aware of it. You're all well aware of it about Frisco's deed restrictions. Unfortunately, we can't talk about the specifics of that today in this conversation because there are members of our council that have either real or perceived financial to that conversation, whether it's the deed restriction or the AMI table that the SCHO. So we're going to try and avoid those conversations today. They're coming on your agenda. So be looking for that in the future. And I'm sure that Corey and her staff will be supporting us in those conversations as well. So with that.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you so much for having me. Just a little before I get started with the presentation that was in your packet. A little bit about me, just so you have context. I have been in this community for 25 years. I worked in healthcare before moving over to town government. So I worked in the town of Frisco, the town of Breckenridge, worked in the town of Breckenridge for 5 years before accepting the position with the Housing Authority just this year in March, the end of March. So it's an interesting shift for me because I had the perspective of the jurisdiction looking into the Housing Authority, which is different when you get into the Housing Authority and look out. And over the years with the town of Breckenridge, there's a lot of conversation always coming up about why can't the Housing Authority do that? Or is the Housing Authority doing that? Or can we task them with that? And a lot of pushback definitely over those 5 years. And so it's really nice to now be included with such a dynamic supportive board that has spent a lot of time looking at what the housing authority is and what they can be, and what the goal should be of the entire group. And so I came in at a really good time. So I'm happy to be part of it, and it's the staff that are with the housing authority, and they're fantastic, incredibly professional, really embracing this shift moving forward. We don't have anybody holding back as far as looking at the goals, thinking they're too big or can't do them. It's all about positivity and success. So I'm really happy to share that. So with the presentation in your packet, I would love to invite everyone to please stop me and ask questions as we go through. This is obviously meant for you to understand what we are doing, what we've done in the past, where we're looking to go in the future, and then just some tidbits and things that I thought might be helpful as you're getting ready to look at some changes with possible deed restrictions and your projects that are all coming up that have deed restrictions associated with them. So there's an agenda, but that was really for you guys. We don't need to go through this. So I thought this was important, and obviously I realize I'm speaking to a group that has a lot more understanding of what the housing authority is, what is done there, and kind of the history, but that was important to just timeline that and show that CHA, sometimes people don't know, it's really a way back to with Summit County government and the town of Silver to do some housing projects together. What we know today as the housing authority is the 2006 5A plan measure that was passed, that also then coincided with adding the remainder of the towns, except for River is not. SUMA came in 2007. But the one part of this that I feel is really important is what is stated in the IGA as the purpose of the housing authority. And it's to plan, finance, acquire, construct, reconstruct, or repair, maintain, manage, and operate housing projects and programs for families of low or moderate income for employees located in Summit County. That was established in 2006 and still remains today. Obviously, there are components of that the housing authority doesn't do today. So we don't construct, we don't acquire, but that is always a possibility. That part of the IGA has really been moved back to the towns, and the towns being responsible for that. Obviously, we hope with the changes in the shift in the housing authority that we can at least be very supportive in those endeavors, if not have some part in that, but I think that's a very long-term goal at this point. And then the next one is really the visual of what that looks like. So 2002 was the original IGA. 2006 was the first IGA amendment, and the 5A ballot measure, which added the towns of Breckenridge, and Frisco. 2007, the only part of that second IGA amendment was the town of Montezuma was added. And then in 2016 was the third amendment, which brought the renewal of the 5A fund. So that 0.125 tax, which was the original 5A fund, along with the impact fee, was renewed. That was renewed in perpetuity. In addition to that, we had the 0.6 tax that was created for 10 years. And luckily there was forethought in 2021 to renew that before it was due. So that would expire without any renewal, it would expire in 2046. So we have those two funds that fund through the housing authority. And at this point, the majority of those funds are paid up to the jurisdictions based collection, which is the next slide. This is 2023 because I wanted you to see a whole year. It's not changing drastically in 2024, at least for the first 5 months. Just a reminder with sales tax, there are 2 months in arrears. So for us to look at the whole of 2023, we don't get those numbers until February. And I just put it in descending order so you can see where a majority of the funds are going. In 2023, we collected 16.6 million. And then you can see where they go to each jurisdiction. And then the amount that is retained at the housing authority to fund the operations. Just in full disclosure, with Blue River not being a member of the IGA, that 160,000 that you see there remains at the housing authority. So any jurisdiction, which at this point is Blue River, because Keystone was just voted to at least be considered to be part of the IGA. Any jurisdiction that's not part of the IGA, those funds would stay at the housing authority. So Tom alluded to this part. So, you know, we work every day for the entire county. So our goal is to support the jurisdictions with housing and to support the community. So this is just, I was looking at kind of buckets of content of work that we do on a daily basis, and application management is at the very, very top because it's a ton of what we do. We have been over the last few months moving into a new software program, which you'll see in the goals section of this document, which is changing that dynamic a lot. This town council has heard from the community about the application process being cumbersome, having to fill out multiple applications to try to get into a lottery or try to get into being considered for a property. That was a huge reason for looking for a software program that would change that dynamic. So now people can apply with a very short application, just a quick Q&A to make sure that they qualify. And then applications can be used over and over again in the system. So no longer the need to fill out a different application for each property that you want to look at potentially purchasing. Deed monitoring, this has been an annual process, and usually in the fall to winter time period. We are looking to transition that to being annual at the anniversary of the purchase date of the property so that we can spread it out through the year, which is going to help with staff time and jurisdiction time. Some of the jurisdictions with a real high number of deed restricted properties, it's taking them months to get through all of the monitoring feedback. So we just talked about this at the board meeting this month. Agreed that would be a good solution. So we're looking at a transition plan this year that will next year to be fully at that new. Resale calculations, these come in every single day. This is people wanting to know what the value of their home is, obviously only on appreciation caps to restricted homes. We are looking with this new software program. It does not necessarily have a resale calculation built into it. It has kind of a way to do it. So we are looking to potentially engage with one of the people that we're working with in the software to see if they could build that for us so we could have a public facing component that would at least give people a general idea. Obviously, some of our resale calculations are more difficult, meaning there's a lot to them. But some of them are very basic and easy to configure. So finding a way that people would have access to that is most of the resale calculation requests we receive they have to state a reason why they're asking for it, because we obviously want to know if they're asking for it as a potentially to sell their property, because then that puts a lot of things in. But the majority of people select the reason, which is curious about maximum resale. And so I get that, sometimes it's hard to figure out what that calculation is. And we fulfill those within usually about 3 to 5 days, but the ones that are the curious element, those are done last, just because there's people that are actually trying to sell. And covenant questions, these come in just about daily, and this is obviously across the entire county, but you get questions from realtors, questions from appraisers, questions from homeowners, questions from people that are potentially purchasing. And that's an area that we hope to develop even further, because when it comes down to having to make a decision on the covenant, we do usually defer to the town that is the beneficiary of that covenant. So we're calling Katie and saying, or in the past, I think the housing authority staff have really just told people to call the jurisdictions. I'm trying to really change that where it still filters through us, so we can be that conduit with the housing staff instead of just immediately pushing people through. And hoping to get to a point where if we have a decision on the covenant, we can keep track of that in our new software program, and that will be the standard moving forward. So we don't have to keep sending the same question.
Corey, are you handling all covenant questions if somebody wants to paint their house blue?
No.
Or
So, yeah, well, interpretation of the covenant itself. So not necessarily if somebody is looking to paint their house, in a sense of color, but in a sense of does it meet the capital improvement requirements? Yes.
But
So-
design review,
No, definitely not, yeah. So more interpretation of the covenant or answering just general questions. Can I rent my property? Who do I have to talk to to see if I have capital improvements remaining? In our new system, we have the capability to do that once the data is entered. But right now we do have to defer to the jurisdictions because that continues to really help with them. Down payment assistance, it's been a small part of what the housing authority has done, but I think it's going to grow pretty soon. There is a summit revolving loan fund that is well funded. It was funded with the initial passing of 5A and has built up over time. We currently manage about 30 loans. But it was capped at $25,000. The board just recently approved changing this program a little bit to be easier understood and not have, there were a couple of different components where people fit into a bucket. And we made those unified, and we also increased it to $45,000. In addition, we are allowing people to apply for this fund with the high HOA assessments that we're seeing in the community, and also for maintenance items. So it hopefully could tag team with what Town of Frisco is already offering in that realm. This is specific to appreciation cap to deed restricted properties. So you have to fit in that bucket in order to apply for this program. So that just changed. We are revising the guidelines and hope to have that out before the end of this month. We already have about 5 people that are ready to apply, at least for the HOA assessments. We're seeing some large ones in the town of Breckenridge, not so much yet in Frisco. And then housing needs assessment, I thought that I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask about that. Obviously, looks like we'll be revising that at some point too. So, and that the housing authority manages, but that's done with the board and with all of the towns included.
And just to clarify, that's the Summit County one that was recently completed in the fall, separate from our current town strategic housing plan. The area is lovely at our focus group.
Which I love it. Fantastic work. So then before we get into the jurisdiction support, but this is somewhat was on the previous slide, but a lot of what we do here for the town of Frisco, and obviously extended past that, the deed monitoring is huge. It takes up a lot of time. We're now close to 2,000 properties. As these new neighborhoods that we're just doing lotteries for and things like that come on board, we'll be getting closer and closer to that number. So having to make sure that all of those are being used properly is a big endeavor. So that was another impetus for looking at a software program that could help us manage that. Application management I already talked about, but that is people applying for lotteries, people applying as buyers. Hopefully we've refined the system enough that people will really see a big difference here because they will fill out a very simplified form. So then only the person that is chosen to buy the property or that wins in the lottery will fill out a full application that then the housing authority will vet. So very different scenario. In previous lotteries, I can tell you when I first was working with with the housing authority, we had between September and March, I was part of a team that was assisting with the housing authority, but still with the town of Breckenridge. And there was a lottery for a Smith Ranch property. There were 45 applicants, and every single one of those were a full application, fully vetted just for one person to buy it. You can see the inefficiency there just with that example. So that was a huge part of making sure that we had a system that we could fix that. And lotteries have become huge. Honestly, we have 6 of them going right now, if you can believe it, across the county. And they're all in different phases. We have also moved to a digital lottery system that's managed by a third party that's working extremely well. That same group did the first 2 Stables Village lotteries in Breckenridge and also the Larkspur lottery. That was the county and town project that's rental. That had 1,000 applicants for 52 units. So going to a digital lottery is definitely the way to go. that wasn't part of my job description. Pull tickets out of a big metal bin, so I'm kidding. It was not my favorite thing that I wasn't looking forward to that as part of my job. So this part is great. If we have a small number, if we ever get to that point again, we have a small number of people trying to we have that still available, so we would go that route. We've sort of set that at about 40 or 50 to a digit. Even 40, you're fucking good hour of 40. And people get upset about it, and it's nice when it's behind the scenes, so.
Do that help for 6 lotteries.
Oh, gosh, 44. That's phase 2A, but the third phase in the Stables Lab is 2. And Millie's neighborhood is 14, and the other ones are one-off situations, so just resales of properties that do.
I got one of my renters trying to get into the Mills.
Sorry. We just ran that lottery last Wednesday.
Really?
Yeah.
You got one? I'll call.
Yeah. Yeah, there were 389 people in that one.
Units.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the county on that one did an interesting priority. That was anyone got an extra entry into the lottery if they had been approved and participated in 3 lotteries in 3 years and not been able to obtain a property. So it's a little bit of a challenge for the housing authority just because the perception of the applicant of what a lottery that had been included in and what was actual was very different. So if they had even tried to purchase a property that was, you know, a Wellington or P1, even we saw those that had nothing to do with the lottery that were listed. So took a little bit to vet those, but we did this new system with that. That was the first one that we did where we did a more simplified application and worked exceptionally well. People were really actually, we got more phone calls from people saying, I don't think I did it right because it was way too short and they didn't have to upload anything. No, you did it perfectly right. I see your submission right here.
Can I ask you a question on that too?
Sure.
Unlike the lottery stuff. You know, if people find, like in our people in the neighborhood, if somebody finds, you know, one of their friends wants to buy it, they say, I'm selling to this person, do they all have to go into lottery, you know, resales, or how's that stop?
Lotteries are only defined by the covenant or by the jurisdiction. Sometimes they're in housing guidelines that they would, like Summit County has in most of their covenant that they can always have the choice to implement a lottery or require a lottery for resale. So right now, when the market is every property is really going that route. It's difficult to enforce or to implement that if it's not in their covenant. So a lot of our older covenants don't have that. That's where you are seeing that unfortunate situation where people are offering all sorts of things to be chosen as that buyer. And so the lottery system does negate that, which is nice. They don't know their buyer. So there isn't this negotiation of I'll pay $10,000 for your failing hot tub or whatever.
The council will be discussing lotteries in our upcoming discussions, also on the covenant. Currently, the standard covenants and the most existing covenants from when units were originally developed in the Frisco do not have a lottery. So we're unique in Frisco. As of right now, there is not currently a lottery unless it's a housing house. That we use housing house.
I hear a lot about that.
Yeah.
This person's moving here, this
Yeah.
person's moving there, and, you know, I know they're not going like to a lottery, but I would say.
Yeah. But we are proposing that question to council to discuss in a couple of weeks.
We have seen the majority of the jurisdictions moving to a deed restriction, or sorry, moving to a lottery within the deed restriction. Excuse me, at least the ability to enforce one if need be. Obviously, if our market shifts back to where it was in 2007, 8, 9, deed restricted properties sat on the market for a little while, same with market rate at the same time, but there'd be no reason to require a lottery at that time. So it is nice when it's built that way to have a choice. But we are seeing more of them. Smith Ranch is 100% lottery, Staples Village is 100% lottery. Mellie's neighborhood is 100% lottery. So the newer whole neighborhoods, and then also the housing helps and the buy down deed restriction, which it's the same. They all have that same language that they can enforce a lot. They also have a first right of refusal, which is nice too, so the town has the right to buy it back.
So if something like, somebody's in a deed restricted, they have one kid, they have two, and they need a bigger house or something, do they have to go right through the process in those lotteries? Do they have to go to another lottery because they're already in it and their house isn't big enough?
Every resale would be,
It would be a lot.
yeah, no matter if you live in that neighborhood. Right now, we have a healthy mix of those two because we have a lot that are coming up or that are already built that are lottery required. But then we also have a large number that people can choose their buyer.
So just your best guess, we had 50 units coming on the market. How many people on the wait list up would you get to before you've sold those 50 units? Like, how many people do you have to take? How many people will you go through probably? A lot won't qualify, a lot are gonna change their mind.
It depends on their restriction, to be honest with you. It depends on how restricted the property is. So just to give you an example, Wistful's Village, the most recent one we did. There were 22 units and 250 people. Once the lottery was complete, we invited the top 35 to fill out a full application. So 35 people for 22 units. And I will say we got to actually number 37 to fulfill the 22. But with Nellie's neighborhood, so we have 14 properties and we're verifying, we invited 24 people to apply. Nellie's has a lot more income restrictions, and so it'll be interesting to see if we go past that 24.
Okay.
So
That's to get past SCHA, then they have to get to the mortgage company.
correct, yeah, they still, and I haven't, the one that's ongoing in that category is Stables Village, because there's 2 phases that have already completed, that are already, everybody's under contract now. We haven't had them come back yet and ask for another applicant, meaning they haven't fallen out of.
So far, everybody's
processing,
making.
but they're also not complete yet. The properties are not complete yet, so we probably wouldn't know that until we got closer to the end. So I don't have a good example of how that is functioning. I know way back when with Wellington, Blue 52, probably even Smith Ranch, there is a handful of people that fell out for financing at the end. At least we still have all of the whole list of lottery, and probably that would be a jurisdictional call if they go back to the lottery or they were kind of back up to a new lottery. But we'll see.
I always thought you maybe much further deeper into the wait list.
Yeah,
than that.
no. Some of it is the community is getting real savvy and strong, knowing what they need in order to qualify. We've changed that on them because we've made it more simplified, but they know that they need to be talking to a lender and talking to SCHA and looking at, SCHA offers one-on-one housing support through HUD, which helps people figure out what they can afford. So I think people are getting much more down that road before they actually even get invited to.
They have to go through housing counseling to get to the house.
Every deed restricted sale that I know of that's an appreciation cap neighborhood has built in there that they have, if they're a first time home buyer, they have to do the home buyer class. That is a HUD class. The one we do is a curriculum through CHAFA, but it is and CHAFA supports it financially, so people don't have to pay to attend it, and we encourage them to not go through the class until they're close to buying, because in the past people would just, because it lasts, I think it lasts 2 years before they have to do it again. And it's a 6-hour class. It's great. The curriculum is fantastic, but nobody really wants to do it multiple times before they get to that. Okay. So we talked a little bit about this, and Tom did it well. In 2023, the end of 2023, the board, through a board retreat and also through some subgroup work, really dissected the housing authority of what what it could be, what they wanted it to be, what kind of support, additional support the jurisdictions wanted. I was really fortunate to be part of all those discussions before even moving into this position. So I heard firsthand from everybody what they wanted to see and how they wanted it to happen. So obviously it's my task to then take those goals and try to implement them and try to make them come to fruition. And so on the next page, so I put them into these 5 buckets, and these are sort of I spent some time with the board a couple of meetings ago going through these, and just there's a lot of detail that goes with each one of these on how these will be accomplished. But one of the main things was that everybody wanted this one-stop location for everything housing. That's a huge task in itself. Just trying to we may not be the person developing the new property, the new 101 West Main that's literally right next to us. But we want to be the group that can answer a lot of questions about that and be fully knowledgeable about that. So we put in here, obviously the community focused access to SCHA, we've accomplished that. I put that on here just so I at least want to check off. We moved and we joined you guys even closer. We're right down the street. It takes about 6 minutes to walk to it. So and that location is amazing. The staff every day they get to come to this space. They were in a very remote back closed in area in the county commons. It's really difficult for the community to find, and I don't think anybody really wanted to find it. It was really not, there was nowhere to even talk to people. There was nowhere to sit and meet besides the lobby that was very small. So the board purchased the old Summit Daily space that's at 331 West Main. And it's a big, huge open space. We actually held our first homebuyer class a week ago Saturday. It was our first Saturday class, and it was our first class in that new space, and it was 100% full, and everyone showed up. We've actually never had that. We always have 100% full and then a handful of people that don't come. So it was we had some great pictures. Jesse Shoemaker and our staff taught the class, and it just was great. So easy to find, and we've had more people stop in the last few months than I think the Housing Authority has seen in at least a year. So that one was easy to do because we were already down that road, but really just expanding on how much we can support the community and the jurisdictions to be that location that is informational and supportive when it comes to workforce housing in Summit County. The database software program, that was a huge goal across the board. I started with the town of Brock in 2019, and it was honestly the first thing I was asked to do was to research software programs. And we did, and we had some people come in and show everybody, and it just never happened. Some of that was because we really wanted it to be countywide and not just be a program. And so it just didn't happen. And so this year was the board committed to funding this, and the housing staff to so streamlining just every process that universal deed restriction, lots of conversations on this. This is where we will spend some time with our housing staff teams across the county and be talking about what should be in the universal deed restriction and what language works the best. Those are kind of the 2 biggest things. And when I say universal deed restriction, I don't want anyone to misunderstand that. It's meaning that we have a template-based deed restriction for the county that the towns are able to pull from and use. It doesn't mean every property has to be treated the same. If it's income capped, there's a section to pull in for income capped. If it's appreciation capped, that's fully vetted. Different opportunities for resale calculations. It's more just making, I'm sure you guys have seen multiple deed restriction. The Housing Authority looks at all of them. There are
160 different deed restrictions in Summit County.
Yeah, it's mind boggling. I know how we got there. You can't look back and negate how much work was put into those, but it's really difficult for the community, especially to understand all of this. Never mind realtors, I feel bad for the realtor community because they think they get it and then they get thrown a curveball with a brand new property. They're like, I've never seen them yet. I haven't seen them either.
So,
Some of them amaze me.
we don't get that.
Yeah.
And I've alluded to this a little bit, the housing task force. So once we have our database software program migrated all the data in there, then we want to look at this housing task force, and that is housing staff from the community, so every single jurisdiction that has a housing team working with the housing authority, and we already have a handful of things that we need to address that I've listed on there. So standardizing lottery process, that's because people have different ideas on how it should be done and what the procedure should look like and the rules should look like. The sales process for deed restricted properties, I think that's different at every jurisdiction on what people want to do and what people want to see. Standardizing income calculations. This is a request from the housing authority because that has been done different ways over the years. And so that's just a small example of what that group would take care of. So I am that was on my goals as an executive director to have this meeting set up before the end of September. So I'm still holding true to that. And the last one is operations, which this was a big part of the work that I did with the board. And that is just really looking at how the housing authority has been functioning and making some changes to make sure that we can do everything else that's before it. And so some of that is looking at a 5-year budget pro forma, looking at our current staff and where we can bring people up and where we need to add if we have any deficiencies. We currently are a HUD certified education group. Because of a lot of changes in staff, we had a situation where HUD was going to not continue to do that. So we got a 90-day extension. We were missing some of the things that they require. HUD has lots of requirements, as I'm sure this group is aware. So we've been spending a lot of time just making sure that we keep that certification, because that would, if we don't have that, then we can't teach the home buyer class, and it's a big and so, and then being an advocate for housing in Summit County, that's me or a staff member attending your housing strategy team, your work that you're doing. Just being an advocate for what can happen in housing and really being at the table with all those discussions. That's my goal. We may not be the person bringing the project or even bringing some of the funding or anything like that, but we at least can be a part of the discussion and be an advocate for you all. And the last, I think that's the last, oh, no, it's attached to that. I think the last big thing I have is really covenant content. You are looking at some changes with your current covenant. I went through not 160 of them, but the basics with the neighborhoods. And I think, at the very basis of looking at a deed restriction, it really needs to match the goal of the project. And I say that openly because sometimes the goal is, we always talk about middle income. Sometimes the goal is first time home buyers. Sometimes the goal is a lower income category. Sometimes the goal is a higher income category. So really making that match. So, I wouldn't come into a discussion with a property that was looking at 125 to 180% AMI as a sales price and talk about income caps. This just doesn't make sense. At that point, we shouldn't be worrying about their income. We should be worrying that they're contributing to the community. And so that's why I say that it really has to match what the project goal is. But this is a list of things that I find in deed restrictions where it can be confusing, it can be silent, really trying to define some of these things. Is rental going to be allowed? Are you looking at it to be a primary residence? Or do you want it to be able to be a rental property? How are you going to treat capital improvements or maintenance? Maintenance has been a huge discussion in our older properties and how we're going to deal with that. At some point, they're not being taken care of, and what responsibility does a town have, or what kind of programs do we have available to assist with that, so we don't lose that huge inventory that has been invested in. Can people retire, and what does that look like? What do they have to fulfill to retire? So this is something for you guys really to think about as we go forward. It's not a final list or an all-encompassing list, but it's the big buckets of things that we get asked about and that people are concerned about if it's included in your deed restriction. And then the last is really, I just think I thank Lena for this, so I'm glad she's here. we presented to the Summit Foundation several months ago, and Lena pulled this out, and I had been looking at AMI over the years, so we've always kept track of that. But Lena put it into this great chart to look at 25 years and what that average growth is. And it's really interesting to me that it always keeps coming out this 2.93%, somewhere in the 2 to 3 range, which definitely correlates to the reason why we have a 2 to 3% appreciation calculation in many of our deed restrictions. It's based on this. It was based on this in 1999, and it continues to be based on this. Now, you can see that huge upside in the last 2 years. Nobody would have predicted that. It is completely unprecedented. If we keep going in that realm and continue to go by 9, 10, 11%, then obviously that 2.93 could bump over the 3%. And I think that was it. Oh, and this is our staff. I made them give me pictures. We're happy with that, but we are a team of 6 now. Vicky has been there since the beginning. Most people, if they know the Housing Authority, they know Vicky. She is one of the sweetest people I've ever worked with, and her heart is ginormous, and she cares about this community, even though she doesn't live in this community. So I will say half of those staff people live outside of the community. Sarah Butler was just invited to move to Larkspur, so we are very excited about that because she lives in BV. And then Danielle goes by Danny, and James both joined us just late last year, September, October time period. And Jesse has been with the Housing Authority for I think 4 years now. So great staff. They're really awesome to work with. So hopefully you guys can come visit us at our new space anytime. We'd love to have you and meet some of these people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was a lot. You guys have any questions or anything I can take away too that I'm missing that you hope that we will do for you, or?
I look forward to our future discussions coming up.
Thank you. Me too. It's really an exciting time for development. It's really fun to see how much is happening. And of course, with your support, I mean, it's huge that you feel so supportive of the community and a lot of constructive leadership.
A fair number of conversations, and I'm always referring to it now, it's the new SCHA.
Oh, thank you.
So, because I want to really distinguish what's
We do
the
too.
perception versus the current reality, so great job so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ignorant to the fact that there's some very negative perspectives about housing authority. I had them myself, so I can have those conversations openly with people because I saw it, I lived it, I knew exactly what it was, and I'm really happy to share that I don't see that anymore. I felt from the town of Breckenridge's perspective when this was the town, there was a constant, like, can we do this? No. Can we do this? No. And we don't have that anymore. It's a really wonderful shift. We also have huge support with the board. I feel like I have the support I need to be successful. And I also feel like I can go to the board with things that we're struggling with, things that we need to address, things that we need to change. They're really receptive, and I'm happy to have those conversations. So that's a big thing.
Great. I think this is a great example of a collaborative effort around the county to provide these services so that we each don't have to do it for ourselves. You know, I'm not, you know, as Frisco got into the programs around affordable housing, we didn't even have staff dedicated to it at that time. So now we're getting to the levels where we need this type of assistance, or we would have to do it ourselves and build our own staff to do it. And the expertise and the discussions that we hear regionally around this are very helpful, because as we're talking about with deed restrictions, all of that collective knowledge can be applied to what we're trying to accomplish here at Frisco as well.
And I'm really hoping to see that grow. Not that we want to take away from the staff that's at the jurisdictions. They do an amazing job. I'm sure KBS and she would love to pass off to us. I know how busy she is. I see that. And I see it at every jurisdiction. So the more that we can take on of the things that don't require the town to make a decision, I think is huge. And that's something that I'm really excited to see grow over the next 6 to 12 months. I think it's going to be huge.
Great.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It's nice to be here in person. I'm usually on.
I hope you're on a road show doing this with all the jurisdictions.
You know, it's funny, you guys are the first. Dylan was, I was going to, but then with Dylan and they held me off.
Irish person?
But I am scheduled for the town of Rutledge and BOCC in August, actually on the same day. So yeah, so Dylan will come back around, and I haven't talked to Ryan yet about stuff. But you guys are my first, so any feedback you have, please feel free to send it my way. And I'm serious about coming to visit us. And hey, anytime, and see where we are.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Our next topic is gonna be natural medicine. Is that gonna be that?
That's me.
That a few minutes just to get things squared away?
Sure, whenever you're ready.
See you there. How you doing?
Are you guys thinking my lunch one?
Yellow shoes you got on, the black diamonds, sir.
They are.
I used to have like the same model, often was my favorite shoes.
They're just slip on.
They order a pair, they're amazing.
Yeah. Things have been great. I've had a wonderful summer. John's property hit on.
I was like, I was like.
Monthly actually start packing Christmas.
But it's chicken. Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. You know, people can either go. And Karen. Thank you.
I see it. And give it back.
Right, really?
Yeah. Yes, I didn't last year. And also. So Canada. It's, you know, they don't, that is. It's very, very. It's like, you know, it's like shooting. But also, Oscar, so.
So, you know, whether we get a
Later that
from stairs.
basically being capable. And it's a less. That system basically true. We didn't have that. You need like certain. So when I watched it, I've been home there also. It's nice to see. Get sick, get sick. Yep. I think what is. We're so. Oh, yeah, no, I did it as hanging out with students. Right now. Live around. Yeah, so I did. Oh, you mean? Not more than I was.
Andy and Dan, if you got the tool, we'll get rolling. Yeah. Now I'm gonna turn you over to Stacy while she gets you set up.
He doesn't have a slide deck, he's ready to go.
Oh, then
He's
let's.
just gonna chat.
Only what he does.
Sister was called.
We didn't hear that.
Dad, we're ready for you.
Super. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We are here this evening to talk about natural medicine. For the next year or two, that means psilocybin or mushrooms, magic mushrooms. I've included in your packet a memorandum that addresses the regulatory decisions that the town will need to make from a fairly high level. I've also included a copy of the state's Natural Medicine Health Act of 2022. To orient this conversation a little bit, I'm hoping that you'll indulge me while I read to you just a couple of the recitals that the legislature adopted in support of this regulatory scheme. The first is that Colorado's current approach to mental health has failed to fulfill its promise. Coloradans deserve more tools to address mental health issues, including approaches such as natural medicines that are grounded in treatment, recovery, health, and wellness, rather than criminalization, stigma, suffering, and punishment. The second is the following. An extensive and growing body of research is advancing to support the efficacy of natural medicines combined with psychotherapy as treatment for depression, anxiety, substance use disorders, end-of-life distress, and other conditions. They finally then go on to find, and this is among many other findings, but to me these are the pertinent ones for sort of orienting you to the conversation. The final one is that criminalizing natural medicines has denied people from accessing accurate education and harm reduction information related to the use of natural medicines, and limited the development of appropriate training, for first and multi-responders, including law enforcement, emergency medical services, social services, and fire services. So all of that by way of background and orientation. The next thing that I will tell you is I'll refer to the various drugs or medicines that are dealt with under the Act as the way that the Act refers to it, which is natural medicine, quote unquote. And I should also tell you that in each of the instances in my staff memo where I have put quote marks around terms, those are terms of art as used in the statute with detailed definitions. As I say, I've included a copy. So natural medicine, according to the statute, means the following substances in any form that would cause such plant or fungus to be described in the quote Uniform Controlled Substances Act of 2013. And they include dimethyltryptamine, ibogaine, mescaline, excluding the drug we know as peyote, psilocybin or psilocin. What is important to know, though, is that until June of 2026, natural medicine under the Act only refers to psilocybin or natural, or what some refer to as magic mushrooms. I also hope that if there are questions as I go through this, you will interrupt me and ask them. Otherwise, I'm going to spend a little bit of time in the discussion portion of my staff memo and then turn it over for questions. As it's noted, and I'm sure you gathered from the whereas clauses in the Act, the intent and effect of the Act is to decriminalize the use and possession, but not the sale, except in the context of a healing center. So to decriminalize use and possession, but not sale of certain natural medicines. We just talked about what those are now and what they will be in the future. The purpose, and to adopt a medical model for those substances that recognizes both the emerging science on the efficacy of the medical use of those substances when combined with therapy, as well as the cultural significances of the substances to some groups of people. Under the Act, and I'm describing this now as a general big picture, how does this work? Under the Act, it will be lawful for a facilitator that has been licensed by the state to provide within a licensed healing center. And when I say licensed, that means licensed by the state. Unlike the marijuana codes and the liquor code, this statute does not set up dual licensing on the part of local authorities and the state. We can talk about that as a possibility later, but for now, know that it is not set up as part of the state act. Under the Act, it's going to be lawful for a facilitator who's been licensed by the state to provide within a licensed healing center what the Act refers to as an administration session, at which the individual may purchase, consume, and experience the effects of a natural medicine. The Act requires that there are to be regulations prepared and enforced by the state to include requirements for a preparation session in advance of the administration session, and that the administration session be followed by an integration session. So as I read it, counseling before the event in a guided fashion, and then counseling after the event for the integration session. The Act provides that the state regulate, and I should also back up and tell you that the required state regulations, that is to say the regulations that will govern the operation of healing centers, are in the progress of being written by the state, or in the process of being written, I should say. They are to be complete by September 30 of this year. Upon completion, the state is to start accepting applications for the operation of healing centers. And under the statute, the state must act on a complete application within 60 days of its receipt. So conceivably, the state could receive applications the next day and would be issuing licenses essentially at the end of November or beginning of December. Separate and distinct from the provisions of the Act that set up these healing centers, it is also lawful under the Act for an individual to possess, store, use, purchase, transport, or give away natural medicine for personal use without compensation to a person 21 years of age or older, Those of you familiar with the early regulation or early and existing regulation of marijuana will recognize this sort of provision. Individuals get to possess, use, store, give away, but not sell. Secondarily, it is now lawful for an individual to grow or possess natural medicine for personal use if the growing is done in or on the grounds of a private residence and the growing area is secured from access by persons under 21 years of age. As I've noted, except in the context of a sale within a healing center for purposes of an administration session, or sales to a healing center or a facilitator by a natural medicine grower. Other than that, the sale of natural medicine, mushrooms, psilocybin, anything that comes within the definition of natural medicine in the future remains unlawful under the Act and related laws. So this is rather dissimilar from either the medical marijuana model or the retail marijuana model, in which both immediately made marijuana available for purchase without restrictions other than the medical restrictions or the age. The town's regulatory authority is addressed in the Act. The Act grants Colorado municipalities limited regulatory authority over natural medicine uses. The town may regulate the time, place, and manner of the operation of healing centers licensed by the state, but may not prohibit those uses entirely. The town may not prohibit licensed healthcare facilities or individuals from providing natural medicine services within the town, that is to say, acting as a facilitator or establishing a healing center. And nor may it prohibit the transportation of natural medicine on the public roads within the town. Finally, according to the Act, the town may not impose regulations that are, quote, unreasonable or in conflict with the Act. Now, I know what it means for something to be in conflict with the Act. What it means to be unreasonable is an open question. All of this being said, the town could do several different things or nothing to address these uses with respect to regulating time, place, and manner. Were the town to do nothing, I would tell you that there is not a use under the sun that is not or is not susceptible to categorization under our existing zoning code into one or another zone districts. In this instance, I think a healing center and the conduct of administration sessions is a medical office use, which our zoning code currently provides for. Currently in our code does address manufacturing of goods and essentially restricts them to certain zone districts, like manufacturing uses allowed in certain zone districts in the town. I don't think it's a difficult interpretation to say that the growing or the manufacturing of the natural medicine or the testing of it, as these regulations also anticipate, are anything but a light manufacturing use. So there is a do nothing option and allow the existing zoning code to regulate the use. The next step up from that would be some zoning code amendments that are or would be express about the fact that a healing center is under the town code a medical office use, and similarly that the production or manufacture or testing is a light industrial use, and accordingly being express about what I just said with respect to interpretation of existing code provisions. The third approach is that you could treat this as a very traditional zoning matter, and we can, under time, place, and manner restrictions, limit the location of the various uses related to natural medicines, whether by zone district or distance limitations from other uses or both. The town could limit the times of day, conceivably even the days of the week during which such uses could operate. And then finally, the town could impose other limitations on operations again, that are not inconsistent with state law to address potential adverse impacts of the natural medicine uses on the community if there are perceived to be any of them. That is the essence of my presentation. I'm hoping that I've given some fodder for questions or discussion, and I'm happy to answer any of them.
Pretty straightforward, pretty straightforward.
I can't see any of you. I'm sorry. I'm looking at a dark screen.
I'll give my
Tracy,
view.
can you show me the group?
You wanna see us laughing?
Here we are.
I do, yeah. No, it's hard to give this presentation and not see the smirks or lack thereof. You're right, man.
So I've done, you know, my first question was, what does this thing look like? And I've had the benefit of two sources of knowledge. One is Michael Pollan's Netflix movie called Change Your Mind, which talks about psilocybin treatment. So, and then I have my sister, who actually has logged on because she's interested, who is a psilocybin counselor in Oregon, to say, what are these things? What I've come to learn is it's an office. You know, there could be one right over there. She sent me pictures of some of the psilocybin treatment centers in her town in Eugene. And it could be right over there. It could be that building there. You know, it's nothing I've seen is anything more than this is you can swap out an acupuncturist office for a psilocybin treatment center. People go in, they get a dose, they stay there, and when they're done with whatever the impacts may be, they talk about it and then they leave. I was concerned that it looks like a marijuana dispensary, pain med thing where people come in, they get a dose and they go outside, and you know, now we have 50 people walking around our street looking at the pretty colors.
We probably already do.
We do.
50 minutes, by the way.
I take when we were each of these meetings.
So just to not have a white sheet of paper, the view would be that we went to the code, clarify, just modify the code to include this in the office and so, because again, I'm really wondering these things look like. Hopefully be as afraid of that as going to become.
Andrew, can you clarify what you mean by the code by?
Like our zoning code doesn't acknowledge this as a thing. So now all of a sudden we have a thing that FAD's option one of use the existing code. It's kind of use the existing code and hope that nobody's going to challenge it, whether pro or con, in a way that because we have a gap. This concept didn't exist when the code was written. So making it an allowable use within the particular zone districts, just like we have now. You know, or well, whether it's marijuana or, you know, what is a medical office? A medical office, we have a definition of a medical office that doesn't include the utilization of natural medicines. So it's just plugging that in what FAD does to make that work. So that it's no longer clear. That's fair.
One point that I would make on all of this is that if this goes anything like marijuana did 10 years ago or 11 years ago now, we're not going to see any applications. And the reason I say that is that medical marijuana was lawful under the Colorado Constitution years in advance of 2013, right? But only in 2013, all of a sudden, out of the, you know, the multitudes of medical marijuana proprietors. Why did that happen all of a sudden in 2013? Because a gentleman named Ogden wrote a memo. Mr. Ogden was the U.S. District Attorney for the U.S. District that contains Colorado. And Mr. Ogden wrote a memo to whom it may concern that said, hey, we're aware of Colorado's marijuana laws. And I am writing to let you all know that so long as any regulatory schemes that get adopted to govern this use address these issues or do not exacerbate these issues, which were things like interstate transportation of marijuana and marijuana being controlled by organized crime, things like marijuana use in the hands of young adults, a couple of things like that. But the memo said, so long as the regulatory scheme is designed to do that and isn't operating in a way that exacerbates those issues, this office is going to make the enforcement of federal marijuana laws among its lowest priorities. Right? So that's what gave the green light to the business community. And that was a little bit in advance, actually, of the state's adoption of the regulatory scheme. So here you've got the state jumping in, preparing its regulatory scheme. So far as I'm aware, the feds haven't said anything. And it's a pretty bold move on the part of an operator to sign pieces of paper and hand them in to government saying, hey, I plan to administer mushrooms as a controlled substance, right? So I am kind of dubious, the more I think about this, as to whether anything is going to happen until we get a similar Ogden memo that is related to natural medicine. I may be wrong, and I'm not suggesting that the town not do something. I think that we should, but I also question whether there's going to be any sort of land rush to the permitting office up at the state. But with that, I'm sorry, I'll hand it back over. I just want everyone to be aware that practically speaking, I don't know that this is really going to happen.
So Thad, you also mentioned or said that you would mention later about local licensing.
Yeah. The statute is silent on local licensing. The state regulators, in discussing this issue with what they describe as their local partners in a recent seminar, seem eager to point out that fact, and seem to me somewhat eager, maybe eager is too strong a word, but interested perhaps in there not being a dual regulatory scheme, so they didn't have to deal with the pesky localities and their approvals and the like. And there was even an intimation in that conversation that they had heard from some of their attorneys or the state's attorneys that such licensure may be outside of the authority granted to the municipalities to do time, place, and manner restrictions. I don't think so. And that is to say, I think if the town wants to do a licensing scheme limited in a way that is designed to ensure that whatever the zoning or other restrictions on the use are indeed complied with, and so long as those various criteria for licensure approval are not in conflict with the state statute, my opinion is the town as a home rule municipality can indeed engage in licensure. Certainly nothing in the statute prohibits it. And to my mind, licensure is nothing but an enforcement scheme for your time, place, and manner restrictions, regardless of what you're talking about, right? From a business license to any other license that we issue. It's really just there for the purpose of ensuring that, at least as an initial matter, is this use, business, whatever it is, operating in a legal location in a legal manner. And that's about it. So that's my licensure answer. You can do it if you want.
And are we not making any decisions today, right?
You're giving
Yes,
advice
yeah.
the attorney about what you might want to see.
Hey, Thad, when we are granting licensing for alcohol establishments, are we basically also just doing the time, place, and manner approach on that? Or does our authority extend past that?
No, in fact, I would tell you that that's all we're doing is time, place, and manner, because other than looking at our local code to see if the alcohol related use is a permitted use in the zone district, trying to think. There used to be distance limitations. Obviously, they aren't there anymore. But other than those aspects of licensure, every other criteria or submittal requirement in connection with a liquor license application is driven solely by state statute. And in fact, the state statutes say, hey, this is a matter of local concern, and hey, locality, you cannot adopt criteria that are different than what's set up in state statute, among which is, reasonable requirements of the neighborhood shown by a petition, needs and desires, that sort of thing. But that is all driven by state law, and the only local code that comes into our licensure decisions as a liquor authority is essentially the zoning code and the building code. Is it a permitted premises? That sort of thing, but that's it.
For including it in there, so it's at least covered. This is a very regulated type activity. It's not like people are gonna be walking out of this place and walking up and down the streets looking at the flowers, because they're already doing that.
Yeah. They're gonna pay money.
They're not gonna do that.
Neither should they be
help somebody.
Yeah.
So do we want?
neither should they be driving. One of the state statute lays out a laundry list, pretty long laundry list of items and matters that are to be addressed by the state in its regulations of these operators. And one of them is a very express statement about rules designed to ensure that people under the influence of natural medicines do not drive. So I'm going to presume there's going to be some waiting period or some requirement that they have a ride. I don't know what the state's going to do, but the legislature says they're going to do something to address that public safety concern.
Yeah, it's like anesthesia. When you get anesthesia,
We wanted
to drive home.
do one, nothing, two, take Andy's recommendation and make it an allowable use within code, or back to nothing, or other ideas.
I say nothing.
Because this is direction for that. That's what we're doing tonight.
Why do you say nothing, Dan?
I say let it work out,
And
and
then
then see,
something.
jump on it right away and go over what the state's doing or something. Sounds to me like they have a lot of regulations in place already. Whether the zoning, you wanna put it in certain areas, are we gonna see applicants? We don't know. I'd say sit and wait, but that's my personal.
Let others adopt it first.
And see,
Pat, am I misguided? The concern I would have is somebody applies to put it in a place that is not zoned medical office. And I feel the same way about a doctor's office. So now all of a sudden, they're gonna go on, this is different, and it's a gap in the code.
You're not misguided. It's a fight I would like to avoid. It's a fight I think we win. I think it's pretty clearly a medical office use, but I would rather avoid the fight when we could simply address the use of healing centers as the term is used in such and such a section of state statute are considered, medical office uses as addressed in this code. I would much rather, Dan, I don't think that does anything, to be honest with you, other than avoid a future fight.
Are you worried about somebody putting this in a residential area, doing it out of their
Somebody-
home? Is that,
No, and in fact, any statute, any code provision that I would bring you would expressly recognize the fact that certain healing center activities are anticipated to be allowed in residences under state law. And when they are, we can't prohibit it. So the answer to your question is no, I'm not trying to keep them out of the residences, but I'm trying to avoid a fight about whether a healing center is a medical office and have every intention of recognizing that we have to let them go where the state regulations let them go. And right now we have every reason to believe the state regulations are going to allow some limited, I presume they're going to allow for the sessions themselves in private homes, either the home of the person who's being provided the service or the home of the facilitator.
Sister has an answer.
And I think we have a question and maybe some
Yeah, this
information.
work session, so up to.
I'm happy to
So
have-
Oregon
yeah.
and Colorado are a little bit
Yeah.
different. Colorado, I do believe, has a two-tier system where facilitators are only able to work in the service centers, whereas therapists, MSWs, people who are psychologists are able to use in their office, is the Colorado tier system, I believe. It's a whole lot better than what's happening in Oregon, where there's a lot more limitations, and some of those limitations are creating problems. And if anybody has any questions, even though Colorado's law was based off of Oregon, and they took some of our mistakes and made it better. So, being like you did with marijuana years ago, that country followed what you did and recognized mistakes in Colorado and went from there. But if anybody has any questions of how it is in Oregon, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you.
And currently there's 28 service centers here. And the facilitators have a specific training and a specific license, as do the service centers.
Is that 26 across the entire state?
28 across the state.
28 across the state?
And where are they mostly facilitated? In the office?
Mostly office. I sent Andy, he can pass around his phone, sent him a few photos. If you drove by one of these service centers, you wouldn't know. They're in offices with counselors, therapists, individual medical providers. They're just in regular office buildings. Our zoning here is commercial. There's also debate about agricultural. And if people can have larger spaces where they can go outside. Also, one small thing when you spoke of the initial preparation session, we call that more of a screening in addition to preparation. In the Netherlands, 50% of the people are told no, that they don't qualify for this. They have to have a signed safety plan. They have a stack of paperwork that they have to go through in order to make sure that this is a safe situation before, during, and after.
Thanks for your input.
Yeah, Colorado law may be a little different than Oregon in that respect. I'm looking at a provision of statute that says that the state will adopt rules that allow for locations not owned by a healing center where natural medicine services may be provided by licensed facilitators, including but not limited to healthcare facilities and private residences. So I do read that as saying you shall allow, if the state, well, the statute says the state shall prepare regulations that shall allow, and other portions of the statute say if the state allows it, you shall not prohibit it. So I'm reading that provision of the statute as anticipating that facilitators will be lawfully allowed under state law to provide natural medicine services in private residences. And it's not clear to me whether, well, I don't think they define private residences. Whose private residence, the facilitator or the client? I don't know. I presume it's either.
And you're not gonna change it. Yeah. So still then, so if we don't do anything, then what are we avoiding?
Well, you
Like this-
may, that it has to do with the definition of a healing center being linked to a medical office. So that there's clarity in our code that that's what we're talking about, as opposed to leaving it open and somebody challenging.
Like it should be next to the coffee shop
Right.
on Main Street, Frisco.
So we can't probably not let it have an effect on residential. But we can say the 7-Eleven in turn.
I guess the question would be, where can't you put a medical office in our current zone?
You want me to answer?
Yeah, that's where's good.
So there's actually a little disclaimer I'm gonna give to, I'll make up a little closer, sorry.
The same with marijuana shops, you can't put them on Main Street, you know, Frisco Main Street was forbidden.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So medical office, you can have as a conditional use in the Gateway District, which is out by exit 203. It's a permitted use in commercial oriented, which is along Summit Boulevard. Central Core, which is Main Street, is permitted by right. Mixed use, which is kind of West Main, a little bit of East Main, and a little bit of Summit Boulevard and 10 Mile is mixed use. And then light industrial, it's permitted by right, but there is a clause, and this is where it would be good probably for the council to add this into the definition of medical office, where unique part of the code says medical offices on the ground floor in the light industrial zone district are a conditional use. So light industrial is along 10 Mile Drive. If someone came in, I think to the point Andy Aronson is making, if they said that they wanted to do it on the ground floor, planning staff would say, well, then you're a medical office and you need a conditional use. That could be where they'd argue, why would I be a conditional use at a medical office? Because they don't want to go through a conditional use process. That's the one really questionable one. I'm looking at it from a planning reviewer, how we're gonna have to answer that question.
Very small zone industrial in Frisco.
Well, how about like, our, Justin's, Dr. Justin's,
Apothecary.
yeah, is that something that, he could do in his office,
Yeah, so medical office includes,
Main Street, I think.
yeah, the definition for medical office includes dispensing health services and or provide support to the medical profession. And it includes, I'm gonna pull out some unique ones, oxygen providers, integrative medicine, and holistic or homeopathic therapies and other miscellaneous. So he'd fall under a medical office.
Sad as the state come out with what will qualify you as a facilitator?
The state does have its facilitator licensing regulations out. I have not examined them. I'm happy to, and I can report back, but I haven't looked at what it takes to get licensed as a facilitator.
I think by having it as an example, if you put this type of business in just CrossFit, in the CrossFit space, that I furnish can take issue that you are not a medical office building, therefore you cannot be in this zone. But if we have it in there, then they can.
Yeah, it goes both ways, right? You're gonna get you might get arguments from the applicants, and you might get arguments from the neighbors. Right. Just
I
looking
think
to avoid it.
in every case, if we define where we think we want this, then we're covered. Instead of not doing anything, if we actually just define it and say medical use, what do you want?
I don't have an opinion of where it should be or it shouldn't be. I have an opinion that not having it listed creates conflict, and conflict is bad.
Well, we had the same thing, with the dispensary next to the Grand Hotel.
Yes.
You remember that?
I do.
And somebody we know.
Yes.
And then the Grand Hotel bought the property, kicked the gentleman had it. They thought the regulation was 500 feet from everything else, and the regulations, he was fine, but it was, like you said, it was another person there saying, I don't want it. So the people go in there and come back to our hotel and smoking pot in the hotel, and pretty much squashed that dispensary.
And that was before you guys, or were you on council at that point? And so did you guys all took it up, and did you change the code in order to, because the code did get changed at that time, right?
And I'm not 100% sure what we did on it.
Like, isn't there code language about
Buffers and distances, or?
just about a marijuana dispensary?
There is, I don't know when that.
Right. I know there is.
Or
Destination.
Yeah, there's a whole section.
By dispensary, please. Once again, just defining stuff makes it easier for everybody to operate, that's what I mean.
Cool, so we're clear, everyone's in agreement. With that, we're good with allowable use. Thanks.
Yep. Yep, thank you, everyone, I appreciate it.
Thank you all. You like to be sister?
Thank you.
We have an actual. Yeah, we have an actual expert here.
Should we?
Okay, we're done.
We're gonna get some more time.
and say, I agree or yay or whatever. Let's see if there's a. No, I just want to make sure we're. Go ahead and use it again.
And he's just passing that.
seat.
There you go.
Hi.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Mary, you are on the recording.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody. It's time to open up the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. And with that, let's go straight to a roll call.
Allen,
Here.
Incan,
Here.
Aronson,
Here.
Held,
Here.
Kibbe,
Here.
and Skripchak. Adrian is absent and Halenko is absent.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for public comment regarding items not already on the agenda. People making public comment should state their names and addresses for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Those making public comments on Zoom will need to raise their hands in Zoom and wait for me or the clerk to call on you before unmuting yourself. No. With that, we have no public comment for the evening. With that, I'll open it up to any council comments. All right, thanks for dealing with all the rain, everybody. It's been a lot, which has been great. No other council comments, staff updates? No staff updates. With that, we'll close staff updates and entertain the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Please call the question to approve the consent agenda.
Incan,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
and then Skripchak. Adrian and Halenko are both absent.
Great, thank you. With that, the consent agenda passes. We have one item on our meeting for this evening is old business. This is an item which is the second reading of ordinance 20-10, an ordinance approving a second amendment and rescindent development agreement between the town of Frisco and the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority, the NHP Foundation, and NHPF West Main LLC as an amendment to the restatement of the development agreement between the town of Frisco and the NHP Foundation dated as of May 23, 2023, as related to the affordable housing development to be constructed at 101 West Main Street. And with that, I'll open the public hearing and we'll go to our town attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ordinance.
Hey,
and
Thad,
the-
can you hang on one sec? We're having trouble hearing you. We need to adjust our volume.
Sure, testing,
Thank
testing.
you.
Sure,
One moment, please. Sorry.
it's fine.
Can you try again for us?
Sure, testing, testing. Hello, hello.
Can you try
How's
it
it?
one more time?
Sure, testing, testing.
I think about as good as we're gonna get, Thad. Thanks.
Okay, sure, I can, I can speak up if it helps.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Super. Mr. Mayor, members of council, this ordinance was approved on first reading by all members present. It has not changed since first reading. It amends the deal, the existing deal between the town and NHP, or that NHP development entity, essentially to do two things. One, to add the housing authority as a party to the agreement, and the other is to is as a result of a $5 million grant that the town has received. The intention is that the town will purchase the property from NHP and lease it back for nominal consideration. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the agreement itself.
Any questions for Thad on second reading? No. No questions for you, Thad.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, on that. With that, we'll open it up to any public comment.
Stacy, there's something in the chat? No.
Okay, so no public comment. I'll close public comment and come back to any further council comments or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve second reading of ordinance 24-10.
Okay. Motion's been made to approve and seconded. Please call the question.
Aronson,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
and then Scripcheck Adrian and Halenko are both absent.
Thank you, Stacy. With that, that is our only item of business on tonight's agenda. We're going to close the regular meeting and go into, then immediately open a meeting of the Frisco Community Housing Development Committee. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Don't go too far. Good, cool. Welcome, everybody. I'm here to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority. May I please have a roll call?
Sure. Allen,
Here.
Incan.
Here.
Aronson.
Here.
Held.
Here.
Kibbe.
Here.
And for the record, Scripcheck Adrian and Halenko are absent.
With that, we'll move on to our consent agenda and a motion if someone is so willing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda. Second.
The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Please call the question.
Held,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
and Scripcheck Adrian and Halenko are absent.
Thank you, Stacy. The consent agenda passes. Our only remaining item for this evening is on the new business portion of our agenda. This is a reading of a resolution FCDA 24-04, a resolution approving the second amendment to a restatement development agreement between the town of Frisco and the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority, the NHP Foundation, and the NHPF West Main LLC as an amendment and reinstatement of the development agreement between the town of Frisco and the NHP Foundation, dated as of May 23rd, 2023, as related to the affordable housing development to be constructed at 101 West Main. With that, we'll open it up to a public hearing and we'll go to our attorney, Thad.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The same agreement is presented to you in your capacity as the Housing Authority that you just approved by adopting the second reading of the ordinance in your capacity as town council. I know it's a little awkward to take off one hat and put on another and approve the same agreement, but I think the thing to be understood is that housing authorities are not always and often are not the same individuals serving as the council. In this case, it happens to be so, but formal action is required by both bodies. And with that, again, I'm happy to answer any questions. The principal purpose of adding the housing authority to be a party to the agreement is in anticipation of the housing authority having a membership interest and ownership interest in the development entity that would then allow for consideration of tax exemption for the project. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any additional questions for Thad? Thad, we have no questions for you. Any other public comment? No public comment. Back to council for comment. No comment. Maybe a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve there's resolution FCHDA 24-04.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to adopt the ordinance. With that, let's call the motion.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
and Scripcheck, Adrian, and Holinka are both absent.
Okay. With that, our motion has passed. We have no other items on our agenda. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
No.
Wanna go?
Still like.
Motion to adjourn.
There you go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.